Thank you and good evening. I'm Camille Simmons. This is the Rochester Board of Education, and today is Tuesday, July 8th. We are opening the meeting for our Contract for Excellence public hearing. The Rochester City School District is conducting a public hearing to gather input for submission to the New York State Education Department regarding the Contract for Excellence. The Contract for Excellence is based on a New York State law which requires specific school districts to develop a plan to improve academic achievement, particularly for students with the greatest educational needs. Contract for Excellence must be used to support continuing programs or to develop new initiatives, which primarily boost the achievement of students such as those in poverty, with disabilities, and English language learners. Each year, the district is required to submit a fiscal summary and narrative to the New York State Education Department to demonstrate our compliance with the Contract for Excellence requirements. The budget, general fund expenditures are identified in the fiscal plan by school and purpose. The district's 25-26 Contract for Excellence planning documents can be found on the website at www.rcsdk12.org/C4E. We are here this evening to receive public comments on the 25-26 Contract for Excellence plan. We currently have no speakers for tonight's public hearing. As a reminder, the district's 2025-26 plan for the Contract for Excellence, along with details regarding comment and submission, can be found on the website at, again, www.rcsdk12.org/C4E, and public comment is invited through August 7th, 2025. Be there no other business noted, this meeting is adjourned. We are now opening the Student and Personal Electronic Devices Public Policy hearing. We will hear from our communications, Marisol Ramos-Lopez. Pardon my interruption, if you could just check the mic a little bit. Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
I'm sorry for those technical difficulties. So this evening, I would like to share with you the preliminary survey results for the electronic device policy. On Monday, June 23rd, we released a survey for students, families, and staff related to Governor Hochul's new policy to create a student distraction-free schools in New York State. As you know, the policy has to be approved prior to implementation on August 1st. And I'm excited to share that we have received 477 responses to date. We do quite a few surveys throughout the year, and this one has garnered significant interest. I'm sad that no one came for the public hearing tonight, but I am glad that they have shared their thoughts throughout our survey. I do want to remind our listening public the survey is open until Friday, July 11th, and so we will continue to collect feedback until then. As I indicated, we did have 477 responses. We had 18% of our responders being students, 42.8% being parents and guardians, and 39.2% being teachers. We want to be sure that families, students, and teachers participate, so we made it a short survey. The first question was asking how people feel about the restrictions on smartphones. There was strong support, 42%, support 12.8%, and strong opposition at 25.6%. And I want to let the board know that once the survey is completed, we will have the final data for you next week to review. Our next question was, what concerns do you have, if any, about this policy? And the primary concern related to safety and emergency communication. Each school will be sending out communication to their families related to how families can communicate with their child while at school in the event that parents need to reach them. There was another large group that had equity and enforcement concerns, and then the third highest group had no concerns related to this policy. We did want to seek feedback on the suggestions for how our schools should store phones during the day. I do want to remind the board and our listening public that our middle and high schools already implement a cell phone policy. Each school implements it a little bit differently, and they will continue to implement that policy in the way they've done it. So some suggestions: lockable classroom pouches. Some schools already use the Yonder pouch. The next one was collection and storage by school staff, which does happen at some of our schools. And the last one, which is actually the three highest percentage getters, was lockers or securing storage areas. So those are things that the school chiefs are working with the principals for implementation. The other question, which is a great concern for families, is what is the best way to contact students during the school day in case of an emergency or important need? And calling the main office is the response most people gave, and that is the accurate response. And finally, what is the best method for us to communicate the details of this policy? And the majority was all of the above, which is direct communication with the school, which is going to be happening, robocalls and information on the website, which will also be happening, written communication via email, and then the school websites and social media will also have information regarding that. As you will be voting on this policy on July 31st, the work begins on August 1st, where we will work on implementation and communication plans. I am happy to answer any questions you may have related to how we will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do not have any speakers for this either, and so that is open for the board to ask questions at this time. And do we have any board colleagues that are interested in asking questions? I see a hand from Commissioner LeBron.
I just have two questions, I guess. And I see that for a lot of parents and folks who took the survey, the concern was centered around accessing. And it's not just if I have an emergency and I need to access, but what if my child is having an emergency and needs to access me? Because my concern is that when students go to the office and they're like, hey, I need to call my parent, they may not always allow the students to call the parents because it's going to be depending on what they constitute as an emergency versus what a child might feel like is an emergency. So that's one. And then my biggest concern around this policy is going to be around the discipline. Like, for me, I personally feel like we don't need any more excuses or reasons to suspend students and keep them out of our CSD. What is going to be, how does this fit into our current rubric for the code of conduct? Like, I don't know if you have an answer for that, but that's where I'm at with both of those.
I'll take down your concerns. We can add them to the question log, and we will have a response for you.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions? I see Commissioner Griffin.
I guess my only concern would be referencing the CPPS and how that would go into play with the restrictions on with the phones, and how are we going to address them with the what is, Lord Jesus, IEP, and the special kids with the special needs. How are we addressing those issues and concerns when it comes to the cell phones. But other than that, like Mayor Saul said previously, we've already been doing what we needed to do as far as the cell phones in Rochester City School District, and I think there hasn't been any problems. I think with this coming into play with Kathy Hochul, we may have some issues and concerns to address, but I think overall, we may be able to work through those and tweak those things that need to be tweaked. But those are my only concerns when it comes to our kids with the IEPs and the CPPS or CTEs. Yeah.
So there will be exceptions made for devices used for instructional purposes, those that are outlined in the student's IEP, and anything that is required to manage a medical condition, needed for translation or language access, or necessary for students serving as caregivers. So those exceptions are allowed within Governor Hochul's regulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I do see a hand from Commissioner Patterson.
Yes. Thank you for your report. Going forward, what I would like to see is the total number of students that should have participated. In the, I think you said how many, 400? Was it 400 or something that did participate? What was the number?
I gave a percentage of the student participation, which was 18%. I can give you the raw numbers if that's what you're interested in.
Right, and I don't have that PowerPoint.
Okay, we'll make sure
I
that
couldn't
you
even
have it.
review it before I came here, so I apologize for the questions.
No, no,
I would have
appreciate
called you
them.
earlier, if you could share the PowerPoint with us. But again, I'm one for change. I understand we have to adapt with change. But with this policy, I'm for what Governor Hochul is suggesting. The reason being is that we have to make a decision. We have to make a choice because our kids are not reading on grade level. They're not graduating on time. They're not coming to school on time, or even coming to school as far as attendance. They're not college ready and they're not career ready. So we have to do something. We just can't sit back and act like cell phones and social media is not an issue. And we can't say, well, it's happening here, it's happening there. I keep hearing that all the time. Well, it's happening in some other state or some other school district. We have to concentrate on our school district. What can we do? How can we lead instead of always following to address change? And if it means removing those cell phones and finding another means, again, I understand times have changed and they're more dangerous. But when we were younger, parents called the front office. And I understand what my colleague says relative to emergencies and, kids not having access to the cell phone to call their parents, but the school should be on top of that, the principal should be on top of that, the administration should be on top of that, and sending out robocalls when something does affect the school so the parents do know. So I don't really see the need, for students, especially when we know it's negatively impacting their growth, educational growth, that we're going to allow something to continue. So we need to, I would think, take the lead in this area and say, hey, we're going to abide by, what the governor says. We're going to make the appropriate changes. Another thing is what I didn't like, and this is more posed toward the superintendent, respectfully, obviously, is that, I worked for a much larger organization before I came here, and we had uniformity throughout the entire state. So that's 62 counties that we had uniformity, and it worked for us. So to allow, like I said, there's some flexibility, there's always flexibility, especially with students with disabilities and things like that, I understand that. But the majority of the people, the majority of the students, and the majority of the administrators that are running these schools, uniformity, it makes things much easier to navigate. It makes things much easier to control, especially for the superintendent, rather than have, okay, what rule did they have over there? What rule or guideline did they have over there? What regulation did they have over there? It's much easier and simpler if you have one uniform policy that, does have, flexibility in it, for especially students with disabilities.
Thank you. Were you all set, Commissioner Patterson?
Yeah, that was all I put in my notes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so very much. And I'll put my comments or question into the question log. It sounds as if we may even want, at some point, not now, of course, a presentation on how our district will be prepared to respond to things like mental health, the things outlined in the survey, mental health concerns, how we will be responding to potential violations of the policy in a way that does not place our students in additional harm's way. So those will be things that I would love to see in the question log, and we can follow up accordingly when the time is right. At this time, I'd like to defer to Dr. Rosser.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I was waiting to hear from each of the commissioners who wanted to ask a question related to this very important topic. One of the things to Commissioner LeBron, we're going to make sure that there is a consistent application of the cell phone policy throughout all of our buildings. That's going to be a major priority that we will be working on developing that protocol and making sure that our building principals, the assistant principals, and everyone that needs to be trained and understand what those protocols are trained during the summertime. In addition to that, we're going to make sure that there are protocols in place that everyone in the organization, along with parents and students, understand in the event that there's an emergency, how can parents access their children? How can children access their parents in the event that we shouldn't say in the event, once we move to having the cell phone policy in place, we instituted in Poughkeepsie, New York, we instituted cell phone bans at our middle school and our high school, and we made sure that those protocols were in place so that parents and staff members understood when a student has an emergency, how they will then be in contact with their parent. If a parent needs to get into contact with their child, if there's an emergency, what those protocols are. So we'll make sure that during the summertime, as a part of the work of the executive team, that we're making sure that those protocols and the communication is in place for the opening of school.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just have to say, like, my concern is not the cell phones. I have a middle schooler that... Okay. Nope, it's the, I don't know who's... Okay. Nope. I don't know who's... I really want to turn it back on, so... So I just want to uplift that. My concern is not the cell phone. I have a child in middle school, well, now going into high school. We know the yonder pouches and so forth. The concern is that she also has a smartwatch, a tablet, a laptop that is not school issued. She has a school issued one too. Smart glasses that she got off Temu. I just want to put that out there because they didn't come from an expensive store, but they sell them. Kids can access them. So those are my concerns, not necessarily that it's just a cell phone. We are, I think, for the most part, our middle schools and high schools have a good grip, not all, but for the majority of them, on the cell phone issue. The issue is the other devices, because our middle school, high schoolers, and their parents already know that there's a ban on those things when they walk into most of our schools. It's what happens, and there's a yonder pouch for it. But what about that smartwatch, the glasses, if they sneak them in? You know, I'll do my part as a parent, but, and also being realistic about our type of students who might, you might get silly with a student and they may feel disrespected and they're gonna give that disrespect back. And this is how small things escalate. And now we have a student who's gonna be facing a disciplinary issue over a smartwatch. Those are the things I wanna be mindful of and how that fits into our code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we're going to take one last comment on this matter. Anything after that can go into the board question log, and then we can formalize a request for a presentation as we move forward. And I'm going to end with a statement or question from yourself, Commissioner Griffin.
Yes, I think as a parent, we have a role to play in this as well. So if we know our children have other devices that may hinder the ability to learn in a school setting, I think it's our responsibility as well to make sure those items are left at home. We are trying to do everything, but I think that we have to divide ourselves from being leaders parents, and teachers. So I think there's a role that each one of us have to play to the success of our children. So we have to be adamant about that. And if we all are playing a part in building the success of our children, then I think that is also should be included. So if we are putting something out there to make it so that the children are able to learn in the environment where they're supposed to be learning, then we need to make sure that our children are leaving the extra added instruments that would be attached to social media at home, and then they can get them. The phone is one thing, but if we're having other items, those items should be stay at home and carrying your phone and giving it to the proper people at the school that they are attending.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. We'll put that in the question log as far as part of the presentation, how we want to partner with parents, because being a parent, even though mine is 28 years old now, I remember that even in my best effort to keep things on track, they didn't always work out that way. So with no further discussion on this matter, this meeting is now adjourned. And we are going to recess for give us about 5 minutes, and we'll reconvene to go directly into our work session in about a 5-minute period. Thank you. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 8th. It is 6:08 PM, and we are officially opening our Rochester Board of Education work session. This is actually one of our actual first work session. And so before we jump into the actual session agenda, I do want to read our conduct statement, which is noted for my reading, and that is that the board expects district officials and the public to conduct themselves and speak in a respectful and courteous manner so as to model proper civility and decorum for students. Shouting, personal insults, vulgarity, profanity, attacks, revealing information prohibited by law, or any conduct that disrupts the flow of business is considered to be out of order. The board may, among any other steps available pursuant to law, take the following actions during the meeting to maintain a fair and efficient meeting. Those actions being interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement exceeds allotted time, is personally directed, abrasive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when that individual, whether in person or virtually, does not observe reasonable decorum or the conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. And finally, call for a recess or any adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. Moving forward into the board business items, I'd like to entertain a motion to waive the requirement that a policy second reading occurs at the next business meeting following the first policy reading as outlined in Policy 2410.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Patterson. All those in favor or open for discussion if there's a question around that? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 It moves forward. So at this point, we're going to go into the second reading regarding the students and personal electronic devices. We've done that one. We just did that one. I don't know why it's listed as the second one. Did 5695?
Commissioner Santiago.
You had something for that one? No, you're all set? Okay. Does anyone have any comments or questions for 5695? Okay, we're going to move into the rescission of policy 4311.2. This is regarding civic education. And I know we had some conversation prior regarding this policy and the desire to either keep it or let it absorb into the other policy. It does exist, some of this language in other policies. Were there any concerns or questions someone wanted to bring forward regarding policy 4311.2? Okay, I see Commissioner Griffin's hand. Commissioner Elliott, I'll go to you after Commissioner Griffin.
After reviewing this policy and reviewing other districts, I think that it would be advantageous for us to keep this policy in place. I find that other districts actually do not govern this, and this gives Rochester actually a heads up and a lead on and making sure that our children are invested invested in civic duties. I think that this governs things like when I was in high school, like the Explorers Program, working with different community organizations and having that hands-on experience. And although they're not getting paid, it's almost acts like an internship. Some of them did get paid, but I know with the PRISM program, those things were hands-on and kids learned a lot, and they actually branched out after that to get really great jobs. Xerox, Kodak, all these things that govern like the civic engagement, I think it definitely, and it's huge, it's bigger than that. It's bigger than that. So I think that we do some of it now with Wegmans and other institutions and organizations. So it definitely is something that needs its own separate policy, and it should not be removed as it is currently written.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Elliott? We're going to go over to Commissioner Santiago, and I'll come back to you, Commissioner Elliott.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to agree on the importance of keeping this policy in place, but not keeping it as it currently is written in the language that's currently written. We do know that the state has put out guidelines and different objectives for our district to meet, and so we don't want the policy to be redundant, which I believe currently in the state it can be redundant. But I believe that we can find ways with this policy to explore how we can expand our education to better civically prepare our students. And I think that in this policy, we can find ways to better support the district and not be redundant with the current policy by the state. And that's including really emphasizing the importance about learning local civic education. That's something that I do believe that our district is not leaning into as much as possible to speak about how does local government work, not just on the federal and the state level, but also even with supporting and pushing for more of our young people to be pre-registered to vote. As you guys know, you can register to vote at 16 years old. You won't be able to vote until 18 years old, but you can pre-register. So by the time you turn 18, you can just vote without registering. So I think there's ways that we can turn this civic policy into something that's not redundant, but that's a benefit to the education for our students civically and effective, and also even possibly putting goals in and ensuring that our young people are pre-registered to vote and civically educated about our local government and municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Commissioner Elliott.
Thank you. So I have on the phone with me the author of this policy, Bill Benet. Bill Benet was a staunch community person, served in the county legislature, and was heavily supported by former Commissioner Willa Powell. And so I'm having him to listen to this conversation before we make a decision. I do support it in its form, but we probably need to determine what it is that we are recommending as far as a different kind of policy, because that's something that Dr. Benet has felt strongly about, that we should have this, and perhaps he will be able to write us a letter with regard to it. But I do think that we should keep it. And if there's to Commissioner Santiago's point, if there's some language that perhaps need to be changed, maybe we can look at that. But I just wanted to have Dr. Benet to be a part of this conversation, because he's the one that always brings this to us almost on an annual basis. He had been doing to make sure that we are in support of the policy.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Vice President Malloy.
Thank you. I'm not opposed to keeping this policy, although to what Commissioner Santiago said, perhaps rewriting it in some way. And to Commissioner Elliott's point, having other people with their expertise, especially those who have written this policy or helped us write this policy, having that historical understanding is important. I'm not against civic education, although I will say it's pretty clearly outlined in the New York State K through 12 social studies framework under Standard 5, Civics, Citizenship, and Government. So if we can avoid redundancies, that would be great. Although if we want more of a local feel to it, I'm sure we can rewrite it, and I'm not opposed to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Were there any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just want to point out that both of these are being brought to us because the New York State School Board Association is saying that they are redundant. They're not required by law. They already exist, to Commissioner Malloy's point, in other areas. She highlighted one area, and it's part of NYSBA's sort of advice to us on a regular basis that any time that they're reviewing policies, laws, and whether it's redundant, whether there's a new way that districts are accomplishing things. And I think that that is true for this in particular, because it exists in other ways for students to gain civic engaged education. I think if we start talking about doing something that's more local, that's a whole other conversation and a whole other policy. but it's not this. And I want to support that NISBA is saying that it's redundant, we don't need it. I'm going to support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions or comments regarding this? I will say
Yes.
that there are practices and then there are policies, and things that are often practiced don't always show themselves in policy. And practice can go away with institutional knowledge, things of that nature. I also recognize the importance of not having redundancy. However, I think there are some things concerning this district that do need to be explicitly set up in policy and understood. And I think civic education and the next policy we're going to discuss are two of them. So I'm open to further discussion around what we can do to shape policy that is relevant and aligns with maybe what we're looking for on this Board of Education. And so we would need to determine how we'll move forward with either rescinding these specific policies or how we will revamp these policies to be more relevant and different and apart than policies that pre-exist or have been set up by NISBA. And Commissioner Elliott, you had one more comment, and then we'll end on
Yeah,
that.
so Dr. Benet is available to meet with anyone with regard to the policy. One of the things he did say is that the policy never was fully implemented. So we really don't know what that looks like in terms of it being fully implemented. I do know that if you look at some of our practices, some of what we have, for what our students have done in terms of coming to us when there have been some issues that they've had some concerns with, that is civic education and civic engagement. That's an example of it, but it is not, to Dr. Benet's point, fully
Actualized.
fully implemented. But he is willing, to look at what the civic education piece of NISBA is speaking to, and he has no problems with it being, adjusted to that. So I just wanted to add that historical perspective. The board has to make its own decision around it, and if it does have, if part of the new framework, the new NISBA framework is civic education, hopefully what we've put into place on a local level is aligns with or could align with what's done on a statewide level. Now, I would also say, I don't know if there are other school districts or boards of education that have done this kind of work. Sometimes we seem to be the forerunners on some of these endeavors, and the state and others look towards us. And so this is something that we've done. I don't remember if any other school districts had a policy that came from the community like this, but this board and previous boards are to be commended. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'm going to defer to you, Clerk Travis, around if we choose to unpack this a little further. We're not prepared to necessarily vote yea or nay on rescinding this policy. I do want to place on record that Clerk Wynn did provide via email to all commissioners the current New York State policies as well as these, so that you can identify potential redundancies, but also to give us some understanding of how we might be able to navigate this to create or morph this into a policy that is relevant. So should we choose to go that way, we want to continue developing or figuring out what we want to do with this particular policy as it stands. What is our next plan of action there?
I would recommend being clear as to how you want to move forward. Do you want to, because normally policies are reviewed with administration's input and then given to the board for review. So I guess the question becomes, is the board looking to develop the policy? And if so, we can add it to each of your upcoming meetings for you all to discuss each time.
Based on what I heard, the historical piece and the appetite to continue this conversation is what I'm picking up, is we would want to probably develop a policy so we're not going to rescind right now.
Right.
We need to make a decision on what that policy development looks like. So we'll use this as a placeholder, I guess you could say, until then, if that is where the board so agrees. Looking for my fellow commissioners to let me know.
Well, if we can also reach out to Dr. Benet, I could provide Charisma with the phone number, so that you do have the historical context, if that's something the board wishes me to do, to give.
Absolutely. I think I've had one of
All
those
right.
conversations, so we'll definitely accept that. And then also, I want to move on to the rescission of policy 4314.2. This policy, like the civic education policy, was around, oh, I'm sorry, we need to vote on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm actually going to make, I think the board has two options. It sounds like there is not an appetite to rescind at this time, so I think the board has two options. Either you take the vote and the policy is kept and sent back for some work to be done and brought back in a different form. Or the board could just vote to postpone it further until a future date to bring it up again. But I think, maybe a pertinent course right now is just to take the vote and if you don't want to rescind it, you vote no, and then the policy's worked on and brought back and goes from there.
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion.
I'm sorry. I would also ask part of that motion to be clear as to when you all wanted to come back, because it's not part of the policy calendar to come back anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm not interested in kicking this can down the road and indefinitely. So before we do that, so the motion on the table will be entertaining a motion to postpone policy 43.
I'm sorry, President Simmons.
Yes.
So the resolution is already there. It's a resolution to rescind.
Okay.
So
We're not
if
rescinding.
right, so if you don't want to rescind, the board can vote no to
So,
rescind.
okay,
Right.
to
So
rescind policy 43. Okay, so
Right.
let me restate that. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Entertaining a motion to rescind policy 4311.2. That's the motion on the table. Motion by Commissioner Griffin,
Second.
seconded by
I made the
Commissioner
motion.
Santiago. All in favor
I made the
of,
motion.
I'm sorry.
I had made the motion in the beginning.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay,
Thank
you
you.
can correct the record for us. Thank you. I don't think I had put the motion all the way out there, so I appreciate that. So do you have that corrected for yourself? Okay, thank you so much. And so I think there's no further questions or comments on this policy. All in favor of rescinding policy 4311.2?
Aye.
Aye.
no,
Hold on. No, I've got the mic. I'm going to call this to order. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey,
So let's take that one more time to be fair, right? So we're all confused, and I'm glad I'm not by myself today. All right, so again, all in favor of rescinding policy 4311.2?
Aye.
Aye, I'm an aye. You can mark me as a yay. I'm a yay.
You should be,
Aye.
from what I'm hearing, Commissioner LeBron should be the only aye.
That's right.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
You do want to rescind it? Okay, so okay, Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner LeBron are in favor of rescinding the policy. Okay, any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. I'm not,
Okay, did you catch that one?
yeah, I did it wrong. I did it backwards.
You're
Yes.
doing it backwards again. So, and all in favor of it not.
So two
and then it's
commissioners would like
aye.
to rescind it, and then the collective
Okay.
rest of us
So I
are
have
not in favor.
Commissioners LeBron and Vice President Malloy as a yes, and everyone else is a no.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. We got there. It took us a while, but we made it. Okay. So moving forward with the rescission of policy 43,
I'm sorry.
14.2,
Before you
yes.
move forward, so it fell, which means the policy will remain as is.
Yes.
But you did mention instead of it being kicked down the road, when will the board
oh,
like it to
thank you
come
for
back?
that. Well, the next board business meeting is July 31st.
Okay.
And I think by then, we should be able to have curated some form of language or idea around what we want to see different. Again, Clerk Nguyen has provided us all with the NISBA policies We can take a look, and if there's something specifically we want to see between now and that time, we can have reached out to Mr. Benet, looked at the policies, and have some language to put up. That concludes that conversation at this time. What I'd like to do is move into the consideration of rescission of policy 4314.2. Entertaining a motion for the rescission of policy 4314.2.
Are we going to discuss this, or we're going to, because,
Right now, the motion's on the table.
Okay.
Moved by Vice President Malloy. I need a second.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Santiago. This is now open for discussion regarding policy 4314.2.
yeah, why are we rescinding this? What's the reason why we're rescinding this?
So the same conversation we had in regard to policy 4311.2, in our previous meeting, these policies were presented for rescission, and you asked a question, so I'm just going to
Yeah,
give you,
no,
trying to give you the
I was talking
response.
specifically about 4314. Is that
And
the same?
if you allow me, I will
ahead.
complete that. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
So similar to the previous policy we just discussed, both policies came before the board for rescission based on the fact that New York State now has policies that are written, and it was found that these policies pretty much duplicate the language or the spirit of those policies. So the suggestion, so that we don't have policies that just exist to exist, was that we rescind them. During that conversation, I believe board members shared an important appetite around not so quick, let's take a look and explore this. So this is a second one that came up in that conversation. Would you like to comment on this one?
Yeah, just
Okay.
specific to this one. Are we tying this into the other one as well, saying that this is totally separate, correct? So
This
we've
is a separate and apart
already chose to
policy.
postpone the one for the civic engagement, right? So what I would also like to see this postponed as well, because I think this is very important to our children. This is something that I know I used growing up in school, and I think that this is something that is lucrative to all our kids' success. So I don't see how this one would be rescinded, and this one and the other one be postponed, because they really work hand in hand in a lot of ways. I definitely disagree with this one being rescinded as well.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, just for clarification, this policy that we're currently looking at is a policy that there's also another policy inside of the policy book. And so this isn't one that is connected to the state. The civic education one was. But this one there's repeated language in
Yeah,
both
duplication.
policies.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, after looking at both, I believe that this one can be rescinded, seeing that there's information and there's another policy with the same information. I did take time to look at both policies. It's around the same language, the same objectives and goals. It would be great to see more CTE focus, goals and language in there. And so I think with that being said, I will also like to propose that this policy is rescinded, but also with the policy that is currently in place in replacement to this policy, that there's edits to hone in a little bit more focus on CTE and students who are planning to take CTE as a career. And so I think that we can definitely rescind this policy if the board, of course, agrees with that. But I think in the policy that replaces this one, if we can put more of an emphasis on CTE in there for the secondary education policy. Thank you.
Okay, and it sounds like you would need to bring that policy forward to a future work session so that we can take a look at the edits. Is that one on the schedule, or have we passed that one, the one he's referencing?
So from the June 26th visit to me, I had to think about the date. You all just updated 4095, and that's what I had wanted to add on. So just to be clear, if you look at the screen, John, if you could share, if you look at 4095 that's currently attached, the highlighted yellow sections of that policy is what was removed, what was taken from the other policy so it could be rescinded because of the redundancy. And so it has been updated as of June 26th based on the board vote to update the policy, as well as the title of the policy to be aligned with CTE. So I say it to say it's not coming back on the calendar. However, if the board, of course, wants it to come back, let us know that. But the other piece I would also say is just be mindful of the fact that we already took language from that other policy to add into this policy, that if you decide to keep the other policy, that to then remove the language so that it really isn't duplicated.
And I personally don't agree.
Commissioner Santiago?
If I can finish off, I personally think that policy should be rescinded, but if also here on this floor, if I have to make the motion that this policy is brought up closer and on a sooner date for review with our current superintendent, to go under review to add, if this board agrees, more CTE priorities in that policy.
We can,
And so after the recession, after the vote for the recession, if I could make that motion, I think that as a commissioner, I have the right to do that, but if I'm
you
wrong.
would like to make the motion for the other policy?
For the
What is the
policy
policy that you're referencing?
Yes,
Okay.
that one. Say it one more time. I'm sorry, I'll repeat it. 495.
Okay,
4095. Thank
all
you.
right.
That
We're
policy.
going to make it.
But
All right.
I'll do it after this vote.
Yeah, so what I'm going to,
Can I say
want to
something?
do is, at this point, the policy on the table for discussion is, again, the matter is the entertaining the motion to rescind policy 4314.2. And so we are on the discussion of that. Commissioner Griffin, I'm going to allow you, if you could just be brief with your next statement.
Because
I've been trying to speak for a little while, and every time I try to speak, somebody else is
Okay,
speaking
so
without their
let me
hand.
level set here. So
Yeah.
what I'm going to, what I would like to do is maintain order. And if I'm missing anyone, I'm going to ask for a little bit of help and support. Charisma is going to help me with the online screen because we don't see the tiny hands. They're not visible. Commissioner Elliott, so Charisma is going to just go ahead and speak into the mic and bring it to my attention if there's a hand on screen so that I don't miss her. And then also, we're going to try to bring the conversation in just a bit. So Commissioner Griffin?
I guess my biggest concerns when we do stuff and when we're working on these policies and we're making these changes, yeah, we have duplicates, but I think that most importantly, we need to make those changes and at that time and then vote on it. I feel like we miss things when we say, oh, we're going to get back to it. So I think it's very important that we be advantageous in knowing that, hey, listen,
Now, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm definitely trying to maintain respect and decorum. However, what I need, if you're going to make a comment at this
I
particular
am making
time.
a comment about this in particular because it was the
Commissioner
question was.
Griffin.
I need to finish my.
Okay, I'm
in
gonna
all due
allow you
respect,
to
President,
finish.
I need to finish this point. So what I'm saying
The
is that
point
what
that I'm trying to make, because I don't want to recess the
I'm not.
meeting.
No,
What
listen,
what
I'm trying to answer the question. I'm trying
Please
to
give
answer
me
your
a moment to
question.
just redirect. I appreciate
What are
this.
you redirecting though, President?
If you allow me to finish, I'm going to give you the understanding that I need you to have, which is that right now, the conversation on the table is not about the processes or what we think about how we handle things. Right now, I'm asking for commissioners. This floor is open to directly respond to policy 4314.2.
And that's what I'm doing, but you're not allowing me. I know what I was saying, and I think that you're not giving me that time
Okay.
to use my voice. I know how to speak, so let me finish my voice and let me speak, and then you will get your answer. Please
Okay.
don't do that,
Okay.
because that to me is taking away my voice.
Okay.
Okay?
I
So
appreciate that. Please
thank you.
continue.
So, as I was saying, when we have these policies and we need to make these changes, sometimes it seems that we're not getting back around to making the appropriate changes, and our kids are missing out. So, as was stated, yeah, it may be some redundancy here, but I think that if we sit back on it, the kids are going to miss out. And this policy has been here for a long time, yet we're not following it. So I want to just ensure that we're going to make the appropriate changes, and it's not going to be put on the back burner like a lot of these policies are that we're going over. Because as to the other policy, civic policy, the same thing. So I just want to ensure that the things that are documented in here, as to what Commissioner Santiago was saying about the CTE, are actually done in appropriate time and a fashion so that we are addressing the needs of our students. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Elliott?
Thank you. So what I wanted to, this really is a question, it's posed to Commissioner Griffin, because she had mentioned, Commissioner, you had mentioned that you wanted, if the other policy was going to remain, or we're going to, discuss it further, that this one should remain. So I wanted to know, before I took a vote, why do you feel that one, from the first policy, it was about historical context. So I wanted to kind of understand why do you want to continue with the current policy? Is
Well-
there some background or some information that we don't know about? As I talked about the policy that Dr. Bernay brought up, is there some other rationale that you believe that we need to consider as a board in order to retain this policy?
Thank you, Commissioner
Well,
Elliott.
I'll give you
I think
the floor.
Thank you, I'm sorry. Thank you, President Simmons. I appreciate that, Commissioner Elliott. Yes, I believe that a lot of this information here may be lost because a lot of the information here that is stated here is not in the other one. And my concern is that the verbiage will be lost with with combining them both. So I would love to have us sit down with us as a group, sit down and look at the both of them side by side with the superintendent to see and have the input of us all before we take it off the table so that we're not missing anything. I think that a lot of times that what has happened is that the administrators are making the decisions and we're not at the table. So it kind of takes away from us actually knowing what's going on. So I do appreciate what you're saying. I believe we need to sit with both of these at the table like when we don't have a policy committee anymore or no chair. We need to sit down as they do at the round table and look at both of them side by side when they made the decision to mark this one out. So I think that's what we should be doing. The same way that they sit at the table, we should be sitting at the table as commissioners to look at them side by side with the superintendent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And that's
With-
not what we're doing now? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing now?
Thank
This
you,
is a work
Commissioner
session,
Elliott, and
right?
thank you, Commissioner Griffin. I'm going to ask that you both, thank you for this conversation. Were there any final discussion items
No,
regarding
but can that
this?
question be answered? Is that what we're supposed to be doing now? Or to Commissioner Griffith's point, do we need to take this to another meeting? So I want clarity on that.
So that's, Commissioner Griffin can't make that call, but the collective board can. And so I would pose that
Well,
question
I'm
to the
asking
full board.
question, this is a work session. Is this what we're supposed to be doing now, or give me some direction here?
Well,
Because
that's
I'm
where,
unclear.
that's where
I
we're
thought this is a
going.
work session, and some of this could do now is what I thought, unless I'm unclear, because this is a work session.
Well, it depends on the will of the board and where the board falls. So if the board collectively makes a decision that they're not interested in moving forward with it, then it doesn't carry. If the board is interested in doing so, then we would need to do that. But before we can make that determination, that's the conversation that needs to go on hand, and then we can have that clarity. I think that would be the best route or course of action. So with that said, I guess we want to determine where the will of the board is in regard to the recension of policy 4314.2. I'm entertaining a motion, that's the motion on the table, to rescind this policy. Who supports the recension of it?
Yep,
So we're on the aye, I need to know the board's appetite.
Yep,
for the
aye
recension.
vote would rescind the policy.
Yeah.
A nay vote would keep the
And
policy.
then we can take the next course of action. So where's the board's appetite as far as aye on rescinding 4314.2? Yeah, I'm going to actually roll call it for clarity. Commissioner Santiago? Commissioner LeBron is an aye. Commissioner Santiago?
Thank you, because
I vote to rescind the policy also.
Commissioner Santiago is an aye. Vice President Malloy is an aye. President Simmons is an aye. Commissioner Patterson
Nay.
is a nay. Commissioner Griffin
Nay.
is a nay. And Commissioner Elliott
Aye.
is an aye to rescind. So it looks like the ayes have it. So effective this evening, the recension of policy 4314.2 has been rescinded at this time.
I'm sorry if I can be recognized. How can I make a motion for policy 4095 to be up for review in the next month policy calendar? All right. Well, I would like to make a motion for the review and possible modification of policy 4095 in the next policy calendar month. Is that?
Just to be clear, you want to bring it back to the August work session?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. All those in favor?
Lost here.
So what's happening here?
There's a whole different conversation happening at the other end of this board that I don't know nothing
didn't
about.
hear it?
Me,
Okay.
none of us heard it over here.
Okay.
We are not, nobody's on the same page. Can we please be on the same page? Who's in charge?
Commissioner Griffin?
This is a little bit.
Commissioner Griffin? Are you okay? Okay, now give me one moment. I'll help level set this for you. Commissioner Santiago, would you like to just revisit quickly
Yeah.
what just took place?
Yeah, so the policy that was in replacement of this policy was voted to be rescinded. With this policy, I put up the concern of adding more CTE priorities in this policy. And so I made a motion for the policy that is currently in place, which is 4095, to be up for review in the next calendar, the policy month calendar, if you know what I mean. And for it to be up for review for those changes with the administration and the board for August work session.
Okay, so basically, did that clarify for you? Oh, yeah, it sure did. Okay.
The motion was from Commissioner Malloy, second by Commissioner LeBron. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, is there any discussion?
Re-voted, because we voted already, but
Well, I allowed him, he asked to bring that motion to the floor, and yes, that's what happened, and so I allowed for that to take place. Vice President Malloy?
Thank you. And I think some of the concerns that you brought up, Commissioner, will be addressed by revisiting the other policy so that there is more of a focus perhaps on CTE. I think that's all we would be doing, is looking at perhaps changing that language. So I think it kind of meets the needs of what everyone has been saying.
Okay, so thank you, that was a great suggestion, 4095, that's where we'll be able to visit that. And so how are we finalizing this? Final, all in favor? Okay, well, is this for 4095? Go ahead and finish up.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Commissioners Patterson, Griffin, and Elliott, I need you to say yay or nay.
Yeah, you all can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay,
Are you a yay or nay, Commissioner Elliott?
I'm a yay.
Okay. What about Patterson and
You didn't hear me?
Griffin? No.
Yay.
Yay.
I'm a nay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Welcome, Dr. Rosser. Welcome to the jungle. This is baptism by fire, and we have not opened officially to welcome you. But I do want you to know that your presence is deeply needed, deeply appreciated in advance, and we officially welcome you to your first work session with the Rochester Board of Education. At this time, I do recognize that you have a 100-day plan that you will be presenting to the board, so I'm going to jump off the mic and defer to you, sir.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I really want to thank the board commissioners for providing me with an opportunity to serve the children and the families of the Rochester City School District. I also want to extend my thank you to the school community and the general community for their warm reception of me being 5 days on the job. As many of you are fully aware, I had the opportunity of spending 20-plus days physically here in the district, and that provided me with a great opportunity to understand the challenges and the opportunities that exist here in the Rochester City School District. It is important that as I begin my tenure here in the Rochester City School District, that I continue with my listening, learning of the landscape of the Rochester City School District. But now that I'm officially the superintendent, it also gives me an opportunity to respond to what I've heard, and we'll continue to hear from members of our community that want to share more about our community as well as the organization. For me, having a deep-seated Understanding of our district and community will only provide me with a greater sense of information that will help inform my leadership as well as the leadership of the school district on next steps that we will need to take in order to address the needs of our children, our staff members, and our community at large. Over the next 100 days, I will focus on listening, learning, and responding to strengthen our district, to align our actions that are aligned to the strategic plan that was developed a few years ago. This work will include engaging deeply with students, families, staff, and community partners to build trust and shared purpose, elevate the focus of quality of instruction across all schools, supporting a culture of safety, belonging, and joy in every classroom, championing transparency, accountability, and operational excellence, and building partnerships that elevate student-centered culture throughout the Rochester community. During my 100 days, I will focus on 5 critical focus areas. One will be strategic alignment. Second will be teaching and learning. The third will be organizational culture and health. Fourth will be organization effectiveness and alignment. And the fifth will be engaging school, home, and community stakeholders and building trust, collaboration, and then elevating a student-centered culture. It is important that when we talk about the first focus area, strategic alignment, that we do so that we can gather insight on how a student-centered district and community priorities, resources, systems, and programs can be aligned with central office and school leaders to achieve the goals outlined in the strategic plan. One of the big takeaways and action steps that we will be engaging in within the first 100 days is beginning to develop a community-aligned, student-centered framework. Under teaching and learning, which is the core business of our organization, it is going to be important for me to analyze and assess the academic strengths and areas of growth in the district and align central office and school leaders to achieve the goals outlined in the strategic plan. 3 areas of the 13 that will be action steps are as follows. I will be reviewing the academic organizational structure to identify areas of success and opportunities for improvement. I will also be assessing the coherence of the district's literacy and mathematics instructional framework, and also assessing special education and bilingual education programs, including academic and social emotional support, to ensure instructional quality and alignment with the district and New York State expectations. Under organizational culture and health, it is going to be important that I continue to develop a deeper understanding of the culture and overall health of the organization to support the continuous improvement process of creating and enhancing environments conducive to learning and instruction, leading, of course, to positive school outcomes for all of our students. One of the major action steps out of the 12 action steps that can be found in the 100-day plan that I will be engaged in and is examining the district's process for gathering and responding to feedback from students, staff, parents, and community members about the school climate and safety of our school district. Under organizational effectiveness and alignment, it's going to be important that I engage stakeholders in assessing how effectively the district meets its responsibilities to students and the community with a focus on student success and responsible use of resources, and to develop recommendations for policy and funding improvements that support continuous improvement. Here, of course, working very closely with the Board of Education in developing and implementing the Council of Great City Schools student-centered governance model, as well as conducting a deep dive into the budgeting process to ensure the maximization of resources for improved student achievement, operational efficiency, and organizational effectiveness. And then lastly, And just as importantly, engaging our school, home, and community stakeholders to build trust, collaboration, and to elevate a student-centered culture. To build trusting and meaningful relationships by being visible at school and community events is going to be a priority of mine. It's going to be important that not only I, but we as a school district strengthen our existing partnerships to support a school, home, and community approach to advancing student success. Some of the actions I've already taken with this is to schedule standing meetings with the state monitor and fiscal consultant, schedule standing meetings with the mayor of the city of Rochester, as well as the county exec, offering an opportunity for the presidents of ASAR, Bente, RAP, and RTA to meet with me on a monthly basis to talk about how we might be able to join forces to better the conditions of education here in Rochester by supporting, of course, our employees who have that awesome responsibility. I have already scheduled, and we will be publishing very shortly, fireside chats, which will provide an opportunity for the community to hear from me directly, as well as to have access to me, to ask me questions related to the district's responsiveness and meeting the needs of our children. Those dates have been scheduled for September 23rd, January 13th, March 24th, and June 9th. We are currently in the process of identifying locations and times for those fireside chats. In the immediate future, there will be a community conversation scheduled for Saturday, August 23rd at 11 a.m. at Dr. Iris J. Bannister School, number 33, in which during this event, we will also be doing the ribbon cutting for the renaming of the school. At this point in time, I open up this conversation, this presentation, to any board commissioner who may have questions of me related to my first 100 days. But before I open up the table, I do also want to note and to highlight that given some of the challenges that we're facing here as citizens in this country, while my 100-day plan does not speak specifically to the work, the very much needed work that we need to do as a school district to make sure that the interest of our children and our families are protected based upon the foolishness that's happening at the federal level, that's going to be a top priority of mine. It's going to be critically important, as I've mentioned in many circles already, that we come together as a community to really focus on what we can do here locally to support our children and our families who are going to be impacted by the recent passing of the Big Beautiful Bill Act. We as a community need to make sure that we are protecting one another, making sure that those who may not have and who will not receive special support from our federal government, that we find ways here locally to be able to support our children and our families. So with that being said, I want to open it up to any commissioner who may have questions related to my 100-day plan.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rosser, Superintendent Rosser, for your presentation this evening. So the floor is open for any statements or questions. And Commissioner Santiago?
Just wondering your plans for accountability to the board for your first 100-day plan. So how do you plan to measure this and also update the board at periodic times about the achievements in your 100-day plan?
Great question, Commissioner Santiago. The team and I have already begun to put together a public-facing dashboard that will sort of outline what my accomplishments are over the 100 days, but I'm also hoping that at our retreat this upcoming Thursday, that we will be able to have deeper conversations about what the board's expectations are for me to provide periodic updates, not only to the board, but also to the community. But there will be a public-facing document on our website that will track my and my team's efforts with the elements of the 100-day plan, with a follow-up after 100 days of me providing a report to the board as well as the community during one of these sessions of what my findings are and what my recommendations will be.
I'm also one in support and happy that you put in your presentation pushing this district to be more student-centered focused in every school, even here in central office and at board meetings. And I also look forward to how you plan to engage the community into education or in partnerships, around our community, specifically in the city of Rochester. Certainly, like you said, as we have financial effects, so will our community. And I think it's best for us to find ways to cycle the things that we need, the services that we need, and also to help our young people through the partnerships with our community. So I look forward to see how you do that and look forward to those updates. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Santiago. Any other questions or comments regarding the 100-day plan that was presented? Any hands on the screen, Prisma?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Commissioner Elliott?
So Superintendent Rosser, a couple questions here. What do you hope that your plan will accomplish?
Well, definitely providing me with an opportunity to deepen my understanding of the district, as well as to align systems that currently are misaligned, making sure that when it comes to our partnerships, that we continue to build trust, to make sure that we're all operating on one accord, to make sure that when it comes to the efficiencies that we may be missing right now, that our organization becomes more efficient through my 100 days, or we identify a pathway by which we can become more efficient, and ultimately to make sure that we are structured in such a way that when it comes to the impact that we have on student success, be it academic, be it social, emotional, or wellness, that our students are receiving the highest quality educational experience here in the Rochester City School District.
And another question is, how much will this 100-day plan cost us?
Not a penny.
All right. And then you talked about the foolishness at the federal level, which I totally agree. And, we've got a pretty healthy pocketbook at this point. I have been very adamant about us not spending it because we just didn't know what we did not know and what will happen. And so, and we still don't necessarily know all of how it's going to impact
Right.
us on the federal level. But I would say that we need to be cautious. We need, in terms of your 100-day plan, I believe that what should come out of it is a position in which we are buffering ourselves as much as possible from what may impact us on the federal level. And I also think that the plan, as you mentioned, has to put our children first and ensure that we are educating every child within our district with fidelity. And we have a challenge with that. So I'm hoping that your plan is going to position us in order to be able to do that. And I'll just say this to you, Mr. Superintendent, we're at a time we have to protect our children. There's so much going on out there. And school normally is a safe haven. It's a beacon of hope for our children. We're living in times now that it is just going to be, I believe, so detrimental to our children and what they're seeing, that we have to make sure that we are protecting them as best as we can. Thank you.
And if I can just state, a couple different things that we're looking at right now. In our budget, we are projecting to receive $11.5 million in IDEA funding from the federal government. Title dollars is roughly $33.8 million. And with Medicaid reimbursement, based upon the presentation that was provided at the last meeting, we are projecting to receive $3.8 million in Medicaid reimbursement. Right now, all of this is in jeopardy. As we learned last week, that the federal government is currently reviewing title funds, and they are not releasing them as they would have by July 1st. And we don't know whether or not they're going to be released as we anticipated, or they're going to be released with reductions. Same thing with the Medicaid reimbursement. With the passing of the Beautiful Bill Act, and it's very difficult for me to even say that, but of the passing of that act, we already know that Medicaid is in jeopardy. What we also know is that not only families are going to be impacted, but we can also guess that public schools are going to be impacted when it comes to the Medicaid reimbursement. We need to be very conscientious as to what these financial implications will have on the school district, not only today, but also in the future as well.
Thank you. I would too that, and this may not be the time, but I love that there's going to be a public-facing website with a dashboard of accomplishments and where we are, and then a report out on what's to come. And I'm also wondering, for our communities, our school communities, as well as our parents and so on, that they are educated on these cuts in a way that informs them of what is happening or how the district is moving on some level. And this would be a regular touch point, I would think, in a way that, of course, does not create panic, but keeps them informed and demonstrates a sense of urgency that comes along with the changes that are happening. There are a lot of community efforts. I think there's one tomorrow night even taking place around this conversation. There's some, that are happening in all these different pockets, but the full community won't know. And then as far as this place of education, this would be a great space for that ongoing communication to take place. I do see your hand, Commissioner Griffin. I'm going to go to you at this point in time.
Thank you, President
Sorry,
Simmons.
give me one moment. I'm sorry. This is Charisma, yes? She has her hand back up. I'm going to go to Commissioner Griffin, and then I'll come back to you if there's no other. I'll come back to you. Do you have one too? I'll come back up there later. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Simmons, and thank you, Dr. Superintendent Rosser, for giving your 100-day plan. I am happy to see one thing in here that I haven't seen done in this district in a long, long time. And only one school is actually actively, that I can see, is doing it, which is a PTA. PTA is extremely, extremely important to parent engagement. This is something that I grew up on, a lot of us grew up on, and what it does and what I've seen it do in the district when I was going to school is it had the parents, they were engaged in graduations, they were engaged in the balls, the proms, and they made sure those things happen. Over the past couple of years, we've had issues with our graduations, with proms and balls, and I think if we had a PTA across the board in every school, and we had those parents on hand, that these things would not fall through the holes. I think it's very important that you noted that in there. That is lucrative. It should have never, ever been put to the wayside when it comes to our parents. It is something that is really, really big, and a lot of other districts, they bank on it, and it's kept things afloat. So I appreciate you adding that in there as an action step. Really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Patterson?
Yep. Dr. Rosser, thank you again for your report. I thought it was very thorough. Again, I'd just like to let you know for the time that I have left here that I'm in fully support of you. Like I said, when you gave that report, it just blew me away. So it was very thorough. So you gave clarity, to it. There isn't any question. So I look forward to working with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. Commissioner Elliott?
Thank you. So another point, you didn't mention in the plan, and because I have not seen the plan, about our food line from the federal government. Is that also something that we're looking at that may also be in jeopardy, funded from the USDA?
Yeah, anything dealing with federal funds, we're taking a close look at. We're doing a deep
Okay.
dive to see, whether or not it's going to be impacted. Each and every day, I'm looking online just to make sure that I'm not missing, important information either from the Council of the Great City Schools or our state education department. One of the things that I will share with you that we're definitely looking into is we're looking at our current food pantries. And seeing whether or not our current food pantries are adequately stocked. We're getting an inventory on where they're located, and we're also looking to work with community-based organizations who may have an interest with supporting expanding our food pantries, not only those that currently exist, but also establishing new food pantries, because if SNAP is most certainly going to be impacted, we need to make sure that we are supporting our families by connecting resources that are available in the community that may not be easily accessible to our families or may not be known to our families, that we're providing an easy connection for our families, and we're looking to do so through, establishing and expanding current food pantries in our school district.
Well, let me just, as a person who works in the community, let me just say I wouldn't depend on it. The reason I say that is because even now, funding is tight in a lot of these organizations. People are calling in for a back rent, for a security deposit. And at my organization, we don't have any money.
Right.
And so we may have some food, but if you check with Food Link, it may reduce their ability, their inventory. So, I would like to talk with you about it maybe at some point, because I think there may be a way in which we can partner, but don't depend on a lot of the organizations because they just don't have the funding. And in many regards, their budgets are so small that they don't have the ability to be able to resource a lot of what our communities need. But I'd like to talk to you about that at some point.
Yeah, I'll most certainly reach out to you, and maybe we can have a conversation early next week.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions in regard to the 100-day plan presented? Okay, we'll conclude this part of the work session at this time. We are about 1 hour in to this work session, and I'm going to turn the mic over to our board clerk for this evening, Charisma Travis, who is going to speak with us regarding the coordination of future work sessions.
Good evening, commissioners and the viewing audience. So if you look at the attachments in board docs, which is being shared, this is just a quick reminder. Clerk Nguyen went over this a few months ago about how work session agendas is supposed to look like. And so just really quickly, there will be items for discussion for policy. And then what would happen is that the resolutions for the work session, so the resolutions for the upcoming business meeting for that month, for academics and administrative supports would be here at this point in PDF form, which will allow the board to ask questions so the administration can make the adjustments that's needed. So by the business meeting, you all have what you need to vote on a consent agenda based off of the governance model you've been adopting. And then any written reports will be added. Of course, if needed, based on the board president, the categories may change. But as of right now, this is just an example of what the agenda would look like for future work sessions. Also attached is just a quick overview of the topics that could be discussed. This is not a finalized thing. This is drafted. As Dr. Rossa continues to get acclimated, definitely could relook and see if there are other topics that need to be added or removed. But as of right now, these topics came from the prior committee meetings that were absorbed as of right now, with audit being the only committee. So this is just a way to continue those other committees' focus and work. Thank you.
you, Charisma. Are there any thoughts or questions or comments regarding what information was presented? So I implore us all to take a look at this, familiarize ourselves with the information presented, as this will be an adjustment. The work sessions are different than our committees. So right now, we are going live, kind of raw, and figuring it out, but we're getting a pulse on how the work sessions can be conducted. And if we recall, the Council for Great City Schools did give a time frame. You know, we're not always looking to be here till midnight. I don't know about you all, I'm not. And so 90 minutes is a good time frame for a work session, but we do understand that there's a lot of business to be conducted, conversations to be had, and so that may not always be plausible, but that is certainly a nice goal. So moving from the work session conversation, let me take a look here. We're going to move into the resolution process. And I think this is a timely conversation, given our last board meeting. We had a lot of resolutions in front of us, and revisiting how this process works and maybe some recommendations will be beneficial to us. So I'm going to turn the mic over to Marisol Ramos-Lopez at this time, Chief Ramos-Lopez.
President Simmons, I'm not sure why you're turning it over to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Because per my notes, so I'm following those very diligently, and maybe I made a mistake here, but it says the resolution review, process review. And it has you listed around discussing that and how it will be reviewed in the meetings. So I trusted this.
Okay. I'm happy to talk a little bit about that and the use of the work session to go through the resolutions. I did have a conversation with District Clerk Wynn earlier today. I do think that as part of your retreat later on this week, a discussion is going to be had on the resolution development process. Since 2020, when we were assigned a state monitor, we've gone through a number of iterations to improve the resolution process, the timelines associated with the resolution process, and the quality of the materials that you receive in a timely fashion. We went from a 4-week schedule to a 6-week schedule, thereby giving the opportunity for board members to have more time to review them. Now that we're coming into the work session, we are working with the administration to make sure that you have a robust amount of resolutions to review. After this meeting, however, there is still time for submission of resolutions, and those will be noted in the packet so that you, when you come to the board meeting, you will know the resolutions that were reviewed during the work session and those items that have been added after the work session.
Okay. So maybe there's the opportunity for clarity, and you're good on your feet. You're good on your feet. I have to commend you on that. Thank you for that. I'm going to allow for some questions, recognizing that you may not have all of the information right now. Commissioner Griffin?
Yes, if you could ask Marisol, well, not even ask, we should have a cutoff of those resolutions. Isn't there a cutoff?
We do, and I think that part of the discussion that may be happening at the retreat, I'm not 100% sure that has been slated into your agenda, will show what our calendar is. We do have a calendar that we work by. We do have a cutoff time, and we do have a process for exceptions beyond those timelines. Additionally, though not regularly used, the superintendent can bring a resolution as a walk-on. So the board considers it because it's an emergency situation, because it's a last-minute issue that arose, because, General Counsel Neal brings them up to the board as well for discussion. Usually it happens as a discussion in executive, and then it's brought in as a walk-on resolution.
Okay, thank you, thank you. That's my other question I have.
Okay. All right. Any questions or comments regarding the information presented at this juncture of the meeting. You look like you have a question, Commissioner Patterson.
I don't know if it's the time or place for it, but are we talking about resolutions and we're talking about timeliness in those meetings? Is it okay to raise those questions right now, or?
I think, well, this was about the process review, which includes the timing of resolutions, which I think she touched on. And so what would be the avenue you would suggest or recommend for us to follow up so that because I was under the impression we were going to get like a actual review of the process presentation style or something
Yeah,
like
what
that?
I can do is to make sure that either at our retreat on Thursday evening, that we are prepared to give a presentation, but I want to first check with Board Clerk Nguyen to see what that agenda currently looks like. And in the event that there is not an opportunity or time on the agenda for us to provide that presentation, is to provide that presentation at a future meeting.
Okay. That sounds good to me. Commissioner Patterson, does that work for you, Dr. Rosser? Just
Yeah, we'll talk offline.
Okay.
okay. Any other questions or concerns to present regarding this? Thank you, Chief Ramos Lopez.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the other conversation we had prior to this meeting, we had to come back and revisit, was around speakers, parent advisors, and student advisors as being part of these work sessions. So as we recognized during the committee meetings we had, which were several different committees, we had the opportunity for parent representation on those committees. And of course, we also have the opportunity now to consider if we would like to have speakers come before us during work sessions to have conversation or share comments, and also if we'd like to share this space with student advisors. We want to share the space with everyone. Is this the space to do it and how that might look? I'm going to turn over to Charisma. She says that you will lead the presentation. Okay, because you look confused. Don't do that. Okay, all right. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Travis, who will lead the presentation around some of these decision-making points.
Thank you, President Simmons.
Sure.
Right. So this PowerPoint that you all seen last at the business meeting from June has been updated based off of board feedback. And so this slide that we're currently on, as a result, the board had recommended, had asked that there be one meeting a month. And so as a result, it is recommended that the board establish a monthly speaker forum as the only opportunity for public comment by requiring speakers to address agenda items from the periodic audit committee meeting and monthly work session. This can focus community input on actionable items and keep board discussions strategic and aligned with responsibilities. Whereas allowing speakers to address any topic, regardless of relevancy to the agenda, can dilute the effectiveness of public input. And so basically, you see on your screens right now, there is a blue kind of giving options based on what I'm speaking about, whether the board want speakers to address based on agenda items, or if we want to continue to process how we do with business meetings where they can talk about anything. And so, do you want me to?
I think that's already in our bylaws in terms of speakers on topics. So there would have to be a bylaw change as well if we make a change here, and that requires more than 4 votes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let me back up a second. So this entire presentation is reflective of your bylaws. So what's being recommended is changes to your bylaws. And as Commissioner LeBron has just mentioned, at the end of the day, you will need at least 5 votes to make any changes. So the current slide that you're looking at, basically, it aligns with the board wishes, which was to create a monthly something so that the community can come and speak with you all. And so what's being proposed right now is exactly that as an option. Of course, this is a recommendation. The board can, if you guys have other options, but right now this is a recommendation based off of that last meeting. And so what I was getting at is that it would be helpful if moving forward, if you all decided that this is what we want to do, that the topics that the community are coming to you with is actually the ones that's on the work session agenda. And you have 2 audit meetings right now a year. And so that way it's actual actionable items that you all are reviewing at the moment in real time versus something that either is not up for review or maybe in the future. And of course, you have the option to, again, have it where the topics is open the way you do for business meetings currently. So that's the first part. The second part is, if you were to move forward with the speaker forum, the timeline. Would you want it to start sooner, meaning September 2025, to give time for board staff and communications to work together with a plan so that the community is aware of this change? Or do you want to wait until February? And so the difference is that for February, the recommendation would be, right now you have monthly retreats that's supposed to end in January. And so starting February, you could swap that meeting date, that meeting time slot with the forum. Or do you want to start this in September and create another week on your schedule, which would be the 3rd Tuesday of every month, which would be the forum? So that's the first, that's well, 2 options, I should say. Both options, the recommendation is to start at 5:30. And then the difference is that if you was to put it during the retreat week, it would give the public at least 2 days to be able to look at the work session and the audit committee agenda, which as if you was to do it in September and pick that 3rd Tuesday, it would give the public at least 1 week to be able to look at the work session and audit committee agenda. And the last thing I want to say is that for both options, commissioners would need to be present. Out of respect of the fact that you have the community coming out to speak with you, it would only make sense to at least have majority of the board here so that they, can feel heard as well. So before I move on to any other slides, so that's the question. I have 2 questions basically here. First question is, well, I guess the big question is, do you all want to move to the speaker forum format? And if so, do you want speakers to be required to speak to the agenda item or leave it open? And then are you looking to do option 1 or option 2 in terms of when it would start?
Let's open the floor for discussion. Thank you for that part of the presentation. We'll pause there.
Yeah.
And get some thoughts. I'm going to go because you're the first hand that I see, Commissioner Santiago. And the question on the table right now is yes or no to speakers. And also then, if we do go with speakers, are we asking that those speakers stay on topic with the agenda at hand? Yes or no, right?
I do
What time
agree
is?
with monthly speaker forums. I actually suggested that. I think it is a good idea. I believe that speakers should be able to speak on any topic, but I believe that it should be prioritized for speakers who are coming with a specific agenda item. So prioritizing, well, that conflicts with our bylaws because we also prioritize on parents, teachers. So I'll take that away. But I agree that speakers should speak on any topic and that we should start September 2025.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I don't agree that they should speak on any topic, and I think we got to be real careful because everybody and their mama will come up in here talking about random stuff that don't got nothing to do with nothing. So I support our current bylaws in terms of aligning as much as possible the agenda to the topics. It would be the same opportunity for work sessions. Our board business meetings per our bylaws also allow members to come in and speak about any topic as it is. So there's already a space for them to come in if they have an issue to discuss something at the board business meeting. That, my understanding, that won't change because that meeting will still exist with the same format. Or you would be removing the speakers from the board business meeting? Okay. So then I'm still gonna keep people on track with addressing topics to the agenda, that's 1, and I prefer option 2 because I don't personally believe we can wait till February to figure out how parents are gonna be speaking to us as the federal government and this country is going to hell right now. It's just what it is. So, no, I do think that we should start in September, even if it adds another week for us. I do want to uplift that for those listening and for parents in particular who do come to these board meetings. This is an opportunity for us to just listen versus listening for 5 minutes and then we have 3 hours of work to do and everything you just came and told us has been wiped away because we're wasted our brain power on 3 hours of conversation. So I'm excited about this and I support Commissioner Santiago's idea about doing this in this format. And as he has mentioned before, other government bodies do it the same way too. And I do think it's more meaningful for the community to be heard, but then see actionable items afterwards as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Malloy?
Yeah, I agree with everything that has been said. I'd like to know how this aligns with the Council of Great City Schools, our governance model, because I know we've talked about having community listening sessions, and I know that's more about educating the community, I think, about the model, but I'd love to see how those align. And if this is replacing the board business meeting comments, I have to agree with Commissioner LeBron Harris because I'd prefer that address specific agenda items. And I'd like to see this start in September, just given the federal climate. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Point of clarity for myself, is this in addition to the business, or this is replacing it, or this is in addition to the business meeting?
So this is replacing speakers at any meeting,
Oh,
including the
okay.
business meetings. And because right now, audit committee also still allows speakers as well as if you call a special
Could
meeting.
you talk a little slower for me? I'm not picking any
sorry.
of that up. Because
So-
you mentioned
so-
audit, and I wanted to know what you said there.
Yep, nope, I'm sorry. What I was saying was, so currently, minus the work session, the business meeting, audit committee meeting, and any special meetings that are called currently allow speakers. So this format would replace any
all
of
of them.
those speakers. It would just allow speakers only heard
Because I had
here.
it stuck in my head that this was going to be in addition to the business meeting, but no other meeting. So that's good to clarify. And so my position on this is for option 2. I do think it needs to happen sooner than later. And recognizing that service is sacrifice, although we would be adding a week to, our meetings, nothing can beat those several committee meetings we had, right? And so service is sacrifice, and coming to hear from the community is an optimal opportunity. I like that setup, and I think we can afford to do that. So that's where I'll go with that. Commissioner Patterson, did you have another comment or question regarding this?
I do. So, again, it talks about our speakers may address any topic. I'm not for the speakers addressing any topic. I think they should stay on topic. And I'm not for rushing and doing things. I'm one for taking its time. And if a couple weeks go by, or at least 1 month go by, and the speakers aren't available to speak because we just pushed it back, I don't think that's going to really hurt anyone by waiting. So I'm just that type of individual. I don't like forcing things for the sake of forcing it when, we can just take our time and use some type of discretion and diligence when we're doing things. So I'm for, I guess, option 1.
You're looking for option 1?
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Griffin?
Yes, I would like to say I really do appreciate that finally you're listening to all the things I've been saying from the beginning as far as how all the other government elected officials have been doing things and how we need to jump on board. So I do appreciate that. That is something that I'm glad we are doing. And I wish that we could do some other things that they're doing, because that would be lucrative too to our success as a board in a unified manner. So with that being said, I would go with option 2. And I would also go with the fact that I think that we should stay on topic. It shouldn't go all over the place. It should stay on topic. So those are the 2 things I just want to put out there. Option 2 and staying on topic, and glad to hear that we are finally looking at the way to do things in a good manner, better manner.
Commissioner Elliott, I know that I don't see a hand from you, but if you are present at this time, wanted just to get your appetite for this and see if you're willing or able to weigh in on speakers at the board meetings, and if you think think option 1 or 2 is best?
Well, I'm not sure which one is option 1, which one is option 2, but I will say that it is, I think we need to have speakers who are going to come to speak on topic. Now, I would also say that, I don't know, you need to limit it for a certain period of time, or you will be at these meetings much longer than you want to. So whatever that number was is what I would recommend.
Thank you. Charisma, did you capture all this? So it sounds as if there's a large appetite, and we can do a roll, well, for those of us that are here, as to what option. I'm option 2. I heard Commissioner LeBron say option 2, 2 for Santiago and 2 for Malloy. Option 1 for Commissioner Patterson.
Yes.
So it looks like 2 is the larger appetite. Also considering this, it looked like most commissioners were interested in maintaining on-topic matters. Commissioner LeBron on topic, Santiago more broad. You were on topic. I'm on topic as well. Commissioner Patterson, did you have an appetite for on-topic or a broad scope?
Yeah, I said stay on
On
topic.
topic. I couldn't
And
remember.
again, someone just mentioned, one of the other colleagues, relative to time. You know, if we allow them to go off, I think it was Commissioner Elliott.
There will be times.
Right. When we open it up to everything, again, we're trying to cut back on the time of these
Okay.
meetings instead of lengthening the times.
Right.
And if we're going off topic, then that's going to lengthen the times that, well, you guys will be in this meetings, not me.
Right. And so, so you, again, option 1, but on topic, and Commissioner Elliott also said on topic sounds good. So it looks like option number 2 has the most appetite, staying on topic for speakers that come, and we recognize we'll set that up in a timely manner. We are at 90 minutes for this particular work session, which is the recommended timeframe. So what do we do to make sure that this moves forward this way?
And not for you all to read this at this moment, but really quickly, based on the fact that you picked the option 2 and that speakers need to speak on topic, as I mentioned before, it would affect your bylaws. And so not to read everything I have on the screen in this next slide, but just really quickly, this next slide, slide 4, talking about special meetings. Right now, speakers are allowed. So moving forward, this change will remove work session language out of this, which we'll be discussing in the next slide, as well as no longer allowing speakers to align with what you just talked about.
Okay. And then when will we take that formal vote?
So technically, the resolution from June 26th is on this agenda, so you all can
right.
vote on it tonight or postpone it for the next meeting. But I just want to be clear before we get to the vote as to the changes based off what you just did, how it impacts the bylaws. So again, the special meetings will be impacted. This next slide talk about work sessions. It has been updated actually because currently work sessions would just be called, to the will of the president or a board member, whereas now work sessions are very specific. It happens the second Tuesday of every month unless the board says otherwise. And so this update in column the second column reflects that, that new change that we starting July 1st. And then committee meetings, as I mentioned, right now we only have audit committee, which allows speakers. And so the change to this, again, will be to remove speakers from speaking at audit committees moving forward. And then the final change would be in your bylaws in section 2K, which would become section 2M because of the other previous changes. These specific paragraphs are currently talks about the business meeting. So currently, as you know, the business meeting, you can talk to any agenda item. It tells you have 60 minutes. And so based off the change, this has been changed to reflect that you will now have a speaker forum that would start at 5:30. And I could update this now to say it would happen the third Tuesday of every month. So the highlighted yellow is what I'm referring to when I say it would need to be updated. And then the other question becomes to Commissioner Elliott's point, right now the bylaws allow 60 minutes for business meetings. Do the board want that to be the continued practice that you have 60 minutes? Each speaker right now has 3 minutes to speak and the max is 60 minutes. Of course, you always have the option to waive the bylaws, during that specific speaker forum, or right now you can expand it if need be. So that's the one thing I do need you all to talk about for this slide.
Commissioner LeBron?
I want to say I'm comfortable making as we just decided, I'm not comfortable with changing policy language unless that is in the resolution already as well. I do think we need to take a little bit more time when we're talking about changing the bylaws, and it also requires 5 votes, so we have to get there. So that's just my recommendation regarding and I think we can do it at the board business meeting. I'm not saying that we extend this long. I think there's a general consensus of how we're moving forward now, but that we bring forth an actual resolution that speaks just to the changes in the bylaws separate from even this conversation. And then lastly, I support 2 hours of speakers, which is what city council and county ledge do right now. They don't exceed more than 120 minutes, and they only take the speakers during speaker sessions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I just want to say I don't agree with 60 minutes for the community to speak. I do agree with 120. And then if the board has to waive that, we can do that. But I think 120 is a good place to start off, not at 60. I don't agree with 60.
Vice President Malloy?
I'm also amenable to 120 minutes.
I like 90 minutes. However, I am flexible, and if that is the will of the board, that's what I will concede to. And because I do recognize there may be some topics that are really heavy and community members really need to weigh in on. And matter of fact, when we consider the direction we're potentially going in, there might be a lot more need for deeper discussion. So I too am in a space where I'm not willing to necessarily make that part of the discussion tonight, but at least you have a plan of action of what we do agree on, and preliminarily some areas that we can lean into as we move forward. Any final conversation, comment, or?
For the record, I'd like to maintain what we have, the 60 minutes.
Okay, thank you. With no further discussion, or what do we have, Charisma?
I have one more quick slide, but
Yes.
before I move forward, I just want to be clear, so we're all on the same page here, that until, you all amend this, and it will start in September once it's amended for the speaker forum, the business meeting right now for July and August will be the only opportunity that the community can come out and speak to the board. Obviously, you can always waive, policy 2300, but I just want to be clear about that right now, especially to the listening audience, that the business meetings will be the opportunity for July and August.
Okay.
And I have one final slide. Sorry, are we all set with this section? Because the next section is going to switch gears.
Before she asks that question, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So have we spoken to the Council of Great City Schools, who's doing our training, to see what they recommend relative to these time changes? Because our board meetings are so lengthy. Has anyone consulted with them relative to this?
Well, we do have a retreat with them this week, and so
Okay.
we can probably, pending the agenda and how it's going, we can probably pose some of that, because they will support us on that. And we're not taking a formal vote tonight.
Great.
Right now, it's discussion,
Thank you.
so, yes. And Vice President?
So whenever we do vote on this then, how are we going to communicate to the community this big change?
So our office will work with the communications department to ensure that the community is aware of the change. So like social media posts, similar to what we do now with a lot of other things like social media posting, and other parts of that plan, but we'll make sure that the board is aware of the plan as well. Am I all set to move forward with the last
Yes,
slide?
please, thank you.
So the last piece, I'm switching gears from speakers to talk about parent and student board meeting involvement. So what's currently being presented in the second column. So this change to parent advisors and student advisors, because right now the committee were called parent reps and student committee reps, since we no longer have committees besides audit. The recommendation is that change. So this change will allow parents and students to continue participating in board meetings in an advisory capacity, much like the roles they currently hold in committee meetings. It ensures that their voices remain part of the conversation, supporting transparency and inclusive decision-making. And so does the board want to move forward with this recommendation with just, literally, we're just changing the name of the role of parent rep and student rep to parent advisor and student advisor.
I like the idea of changing it to advisor as long as the definition is very clear, because sometimes, it's potato, potato, and we can use terms that mean different things to different people. And so just creating that clarity around what we mean by advisory role will be important. And so with that, I would support it. We would need to develop that. Vice President Malloy?
I'm also willing to support this. How are we going to choose those advisors? How many will there be? Because there is no one single voice for parents in this district. So how do we ensure that we have a diverse group of people?
So once you all finish this part of the conversation, the next step, which would happen at a future meeting, would be basically that iron out for the board. Of course, will come with recommendations for you all to decide on, how you want to move forward with that process. Based kind of like updating what we currently do, what we currently did, I should say, and seeing, again, what the feedback is. But right now, it's just the question really is, do you all want to move forward with this change? Because then the bylaws for the July 31st meeting would reflect this change, and then you all can discuss.
Right now, we're
next
trying to determine, are you hungry? Yes, I'm
Yes.
hungry. I would like to eat. What would you like to eat is the
Right.
next part of the conversation. Okay, Commissioner Santiago.
I just want to say I agree with it. I think it's going to be important, the discussion about how many advisors and the process of choosing these advisors, but that's next step. But for now, just to get us across that mark, I agree with this for now.
Commissioner Griffith?
I'm in line with what President Simmons is saying about the advisory. One thing I just want to get clarity, we're talking about one student advisory on the board with us, correct? Or are you talking about multiple? I just want to get clarity on that for the record.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your
I'm just trying
question.
to get clarity on the number of people, the students you're saying. Is it just the one that you're saying that would be like the student advisory that's usually on the board? Or am I off track?
So it'll be a different role. So the student rep that we have, that's a different position than what this is. So if you recall, we had parent reps and student committee reps. So this is what this role is aligning to, that, not the student rep. The student rep role is coming from SOC, whereas the parent rep and the student committee rep is a different process.
Okay.
So before they were on committees, now the goal would be that they will be on work sessions. And so, as I mentioned, you all would discuss at a future meeting those logistics, like how many do you want, kind of thing. Right now, it's just, are you okay with this change?
Okay, thank you for that clarity, yes.
Is that it?
I think that's are you, Commissioner
Oh, did I
Patterson?
miss someone?
I think, just as far as paragraph forming, I think what threw one of my colleagues is the plural, advisors or student advisors. Is there any some way we can clean that language up and just put advisor, like one advisor? That'll clear that up for you. Thank you.
And so, I got that you all are in support of moving forward, and I will make that change. What I will ask, so what will, sorry, Commissioner.
But for that, earlier you said the conversation was about if we got to decide if we're going to have more than one or one. So I think when we just put advisor, we make it down to one, like that's our only decision. I think keeping it as advisors is the best for now. And then when we go through the process, we'll see who signs up and what ends up happening. But if we put advisor, that puts it down to one. And we don't just want, I don't just want one parent advisor or one student advisor.
President
So we're
Simmons.
going to finish on this, whatever you want to express here, we're going to finish with that, and with the understanding that we'll conclude this part of the conversation because we still need to build out what things will look like. So
And
Commissioner
to your
Griffin?
point, I don't even need to say anything. So we're just building it out. It's not nothing set in stone. I don't need to say anything. You just answered it. No
Okay.
worries. I'm good.
Can I just close, I
Yes.
just ask, so moving forward, an email will be sent out from one of the board staff. And what will be asked is that if you have any recommendations, so some commissioners I'm hearing, they want more than one parent advisor and more than one student advisor, for example. If you can reply to that email with any recommendations you have, so that way when it's brought back to the July 31st business meeting, the presentation can reflect on what you want. So yeah, watch out, look for that email by the end of this week, and please do reply to it so we can, plan accordingly.
Just another clarity question. These children that were the students that we're selecting from will be coming from different schools or different, it's not specific to one group, correct? We're selecting them from different schools?
We're going to build that process out. So
Okay,
right
all right, I
now,
just wanna make sure.
we're
Okay,
we're
all right.
hungry.
Okay, cool.
And
All right,
we're
thank
just
you.
trying to figure out what the side salads
Okay.
and steak will be. I'm hungry. I did not
All
eat
right.
today.
All right, all right.
But yes, so we'll build that out. Thank you for
Okay,
your
thanks.
question.
Thank you
So
for
we're gonna,
clarity.
I think that concludes, and that was a good conversation. And it looks like we're going into mending. It looks like, so was policy 2300 was postponed from the June 26th business meeting? Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, guys. There we go. So actually, I think I need to go into executive session at this particular point.
President Simmons?
Yes.
You want, okay. Before you do that, could you, because right now, the resolution is up for 2300. I know you all agree that you want to postpone it, but I do need a vote to do that, to postpone, what is it, resolution number
2300?
25, 905, 902 to the
Okay,
July
so
31st.
entertaining a motion to postpone resolution 902, is that what you were saying?
2300?
Yeah, 2024, 25, 902. I just want to be clear about the year because we're in a different school year.
Oh, okay. So entertaining a motion to postpone resolution 902, 24-25 school year.
Motion.
Motion by Commissioner Santiago, seconded by Vice President Malloy. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that motion, any opposed? Okay, motion carries, and that is now postponed. Okay. And at this time, this meeting may recess an executive session, which is closed to the public, to discuss matters leading to the appointment or employment of a particular person or corporation, to discuss collective bargaining negotiations, to discuss matters made confidential pursuant to federal or state law, and to receive the advice of the general counsel as permitted by Section 105 of the Open Meetings Law. Entertaining a motion to go into executive session at this time?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor?
Aye.
We are going to exit into executive session at this time. Thank you. Thank you for your patience and welcome back. This is the July 8th work session with the Rochester Board of Education. We are now reconvening our meeting to conclude with a few more items on the agenda for this evening regarding consideration of resolutions. We're going to start with resolution for 2025-26, and this is Resolution 1, and ask that I'd like to entertain a motion for Resolution 1.
A motion.
Motion by Commissioner LeBron,
Motion.
seconded by Commissioner Griffin. Resolution 1 is now open for discussion. Any questions, thoughts, or concerns? We'll start with Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, I just have to put this on record. I mean, I know things are going to come up, and this will come up eventually too. So I just want to state specifically to our teachers, because I don't know what's going to happen tonight with this resolution, that I personally feel that their ball was dropped on the communications to this board and our ability to have a little bit more say before we got to this vote. In fact, it was trying to be brought on as a walk-on resolution, and in my 7.5 years here, I've never had a contract be brought on that way that was negotiated, or even an MOU or an MUA as an understanding. So, you know, for me tonight, if I had had that opportunity, I don't know realistically if I would have supported this, but here we are. And now knowing that there are federal cuts, knowing that I've been talking about these federal cuts, I now feel as a board member that because this information was already communicated with RTA leadership and the body of members and the assembly happened, it's almost like I don't want to pull the rug on what they left this school year having an understanding because people dropped the ball behind the scenes and that they're going to be penalized for it. So tonight I will be supporting this, and I just wanted the community to know that had this gone a different way, perhaps not, but I personally, for myself, feel that my back is to the wall. And I just would never, as someone who is a worker and depends on salary and has a family to raise, I would never want my own board to come to me and say, we're going to give you a raise and a potential bonus if you stay all year. And then, nope, never mind, we made a mistake. I would be pissed. So that is from where I'm taking it from. And so I will be supporting this tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I'm going to pivot around the table. I'm going to go to Commissioner Santiago.
No comment.
Do you have no comment at this particular time? Okay. I'm going to go to Commissioner Griffin.
I just basically would like to say that for the record that I appreciate all the teachers, the jobs that you all do with our children. There are some unfortunate situations and circumstances surrounding this particular resolution tonight, and it leaves me very uncomfortable making decisions where we don't have things were done in silos or behind the doors without me as a commissioner and elected official being privy to it. I stand with integrity in my position, and I don't feel comfortable with the lack thereof integrity. I don't feel comfortable when people speak behind the doors with others and not come to the table and speak to everyone as a whole. So I have to look at this, and based on integrity issues and concerns that I have, that's the way I will be voting. But for my teachers out there, know that in whichever way this vote goes, that I care about you as people. I care about what you do for our children. And I never want you to think any indifference. There's a lot of things going on in our world. There's a lot of things that are up in arms with our government because of the big budget bill. And I think that it is important that we look at all avenues to be able to address our children in the upcoming days. So I want you to know that I do care about every one of you out there, as I do everyone that is going to be affected by everything that's going to be done in the next 60 to 90 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Commissioner Patterson.
I took a few notes while we were back in executive session.
Okay, and be careful not to,
I'm
don't-
not sharing
okay.
information from executive
all right,
session.
I just wanted to caution, because we're tired, we didn't eat, it's possible.
So that kind of threw me off, but where I am with this is that, and this isn't necessarily in the proper order, but I'm a teacher myself, right? I'm a New York State certified teacher and have respect for teachers. I have respect for unions. My parents work for General Motors. I have respect for human resources that works with you in these contracts. But what bothers me is that people want to work in the city in an area that has numerous pockets of poverty. But it boils down to money, because what I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, that teachers will leave if they're not going to receive something in this contract that they want. So I question, are you really truly here for, is a priority the kids? Or is the priority your pockets? And I say that as a teacher. I don't have to be here on this board. I could go somewhere and make a six-figure check, but I choose to be here, and I choose to work for this community. I chose to move into the city in 2010 to be a part of this community. I choose to be a mentor and a role model to the youth within the city of Rochester. So for me, it isn't about money. It isn't about a percentage. So the teachers that are going to supposedly, what I understand, leave because they're not going to receive a certain percentage or a certain dollar amount, that hurts me to my heart to even have heard that. And if they walk away, it's going to show us something anyhow. Were you truly here for these kids? Which I think most teachers are. They're here for our students. They're here for our youth in this community. I'm not speaking of all. I'm speaking of the ones even contemplating leaving and creating a void for our students. What bothers me most of all is just one concession: lesson plans. How we rate and evaluate our teachers, the principals, without being able to look at a lesson plan, a thorough, put-together lesson plan that I'm familiar with, because I too was a teacher in the district, let alone in other school districts. We talk about things, students not graduating on time, students not reading on grade level. We talk about performance. Where I come from, we don't award lack of performance. I would even agree, if I were going to be on this board in January, to take a cut myself or not even be paid as a board member until we see things increase as far as our goals. Again, those students reading on grade level, graduating on time, being college and career ready. But students not learning and we not finding a way together, and I'm not blaming any teacher, I'm saying blaming the system, that we aren't able to do what we have to do, work together, not separately. That's the board, that's the administration, and that's the unions. For the betterment of student outcomes, not our pockets. That's my priority on this board. student outcomes. How do we resolve the attendance issues? You can't do it alone. We have to do it together. But again, back to the lesson plans. Lesson plans affect teacher performance, classroom quality, student success, teacher performance, and evaluation, not to mention tenure. That's how they're rated. That's how they're evaluated. The principal going into the classroom, looking at the lesson plan to make sure they're teaching our children what they need to be taught. Pedagogy and all the other things that are contained in those lesson plans. But that's what really bothered me, that we couldn't even concede to that. We have to vote on those teachers' tenures.
Oh, excuse us.
And we as board members should be privy to that information, how a teacher is being rated and evaluated. And that's what I keep hearing from the principals, Commissioner, our hands are tied. We can't even see a lesson plan anymore, a thorough, documented lesson plan. So please, I'm not going to be voting for this tonight. I asked you to go back to the table and add a minimum for me, for our children, for student outcomes, to evaluate our teachers, and so we have the best teachers in the classrooms. Allow us to do at least that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson. I'm going to go to the Zoom online, and Commissioner Elliott, did you have any comments that you'd like to express at this time?
Well, Commissioner Patterson expressed a lot of the sentiments that I have been supporting over these years and when I've been critical of the RTA in the past. And I will admit that I have attempted as president to work with all of the unions. But in the past, when I have tried to stay and share those same sentiments, that the union brought everybody and their mama to work against me and to vote against me, when I just want to make sure Black children are educated so that they can contribute to society as opposed to being a detriment to society. And we are the worst performing district in this nation. And I've always wanted to be the #1 school district in the world. But we have gotten caught up into the union contracts. And when we talk, when people are talking to union representatives, there's always got to be a union representative. There's always got to be some way in which the union is protecting itself. And I would say it, albeit at the expense of our children. It doesn't appear that we are focusing in on children. And then the RTA has been known to intimidate. I'm a living witness, right? That they've tried to intimidate. And so it seems as if we've got a board now who is asking, we want to be able to work with the union, but we're asking you, and we've had the opportunity to really be able to have some conversation at this point, and we've never had this kind of conversation before, where we're talking about that there may be a possibility that this may not be ratified this evening. Now, it may be, but to have this kind of conversation, I don't remember when we have had this kind of conversation, except me. I'm one of the ones that had it because I've gotten beat up by the unions quite a bit. And I'm okay with that because I will die for my children. And so, but there are people in the district that don't feel the same way that I feel, and they don't live in the community. And so it is concerning that we're here, I'm in my 20th year, and we only have a low 60% graduation rate. And I remember when I started off at a 39% graduation rate. But it was seen to me that we are able to move forward. And the teachers are the ones that are on the front line. Now, you may not be able to do it because you may not know the children. And that's a disconnect. You shouldn't be here because you got to be able to know the students that you're working with. And there's always a disconnect when most of the teachers that we work that are in this district are suburban, that live in the suburbs, not really understanding an urban environment. And I'll have to admit to you also that with some of the new generations, I may not necessarily have the connection myself, but what I do have is love for our children. And so I think that if you come in, and I've said this before, if you come in with love for our children, that supersedes everything because you can learn. But I've heard too much in terms of how do we protect an employee when the employee has done some egregious things to our student, and not educating our children is egregious. And so those are the kinds of conversations that I hope we can have, that we are pretty forthright with those conversations. I know that, in the past, the RTA has been really intimidating, and I'm okay with that. But we're talking now about how do the people who are members of that group make sure that they're doing the right things by our children. One thing that you can do is ensure that there's a performance evaluation, there's the evaluation, so that we know whether you're a good teacher or not, because it doesn't prove that by our children and the performance of our children. I left the dais one night years ago, and I'll just put this out here. I left the dais wondering whether or not you all want the same education for my children that you have for your own children. And do you want to be in a position where my children can compete with your children? Left the dais, that came as revelation knowledge. And so, I would say that if this is not about educating our kids, then please don't be in this district. We want to take care of you. We want to make sure that you get what's right, but as employees and as members of that union, but make sure my babies get what's right. That's what and you have not done that. Now you'll blame somebody else, but you haven't done it. And that's what we need you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Elliott. Vice President Malloy.
I wrote my statements down. I'm not feeling very well, so I wanted to make sure I didn't forget anything. As a school district, we are committed to providing every student with the best possible education. At the heart of this mission are our teachers, dedicated professionals who continue to support our students and implement challenging changes to meet our ambitious academic goals. Retaining high-quality teachers is not just a workforce issue. It's a student stability issue. A stable, experienced, and supported teaching force directly impacts student outcomes, especially in literacy, where we must meet our RCSD benchmarks. To create an environment conducive to learning, we must begin with those who make that learning possible. Our teachers deserve to feel respected, not just in words, but in our actions. One-time bonuses do not foster the commitment or continuity our students deserve. Instead, we must pursue longevity incentives and pathways that support professional growth for both certified and uncertified educators, including substitutes willing to become certified and stay in the district long-term. We are also navigating uncertainty due to recent federal actions, including the Department of Education's policy shifts, the passage of the big, beautiful bill, and Project 2025. While the full financial impact is unclear, these developments threaten to dismantle key supports for students and families and could bring significant cuts to public education funding. The CRSA and ARPA funds provided a critical boost to this district, allowing us to build the strongest fund balance in our district's history. However, at our current spending rate, this balance could be depleted within 5 years. Controlled borrowing may be necessary to sustain critical and often mandated services, but we must avoid spending down these reserves irresponsibly. A one-year contract extension does not reflect the seriousness of the moment or the needs of our workforce. If we are serious about supporting teachers and ensuring student success, we must return to the table in good faith and negotiate a 3-year successor contract, one that promotes stability and incentivizes teaching in lasting ways. Both parties must be willing to compromise for the sake of our students. Public education has the power to unite us all. We call on all stakeholders, teachers, union leaders, administrators, families, and policymakers to work together with urgency and transparency. What's at stake is not just a budget or contract, it's the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malloy. Okay, thank you. Let me see here. Okay, so I'm going to keep my comments brief as possible, and I do recognize that my duty as the president of the Board of Education is to ensure that the board has the opportunity to review any tentative agreement prior to board approval. When I became privy to a tentative agreement, that there was conversation at least around that tentative agreement would have been on Thursday, June 19th, where Superintendent Strickland did communicate his percentage increase as well as a potential for a retention bonus. That following day, I received a call from RTA leadership asking or expressing that they had spoken with Superintendent Strickland and gave a percentage increase in retention bonus. Both conversations were with the understanding that this was going forward to the full board on the next board business meeting for conversation. On Monday, June 23rd, we recognized that that was signed, the MOA was signed by Superintendent Strickland and RTA leadership. And on the 24th of June, Superintendent Strickland did provide email correspondence to the full board advising that a tentative agreement had been reached and would be discussed at our next board business meeting being June 25th, June 26th. And on June 25th, the agreement was ratified with the RTA and some of its members, and on June 26th, where we had the official board business meeting. But again, that timeline is to constitute that on June 19th, when I became privy to information regarding the tentative agreement, it was immediately brought forward to be discussed at the next available board business meeting. With that said, I do want to recognize the matter at hand, and that although we are talking about teacher retention and bonus increases and things of that nature, I have family members that are educators that I watch pour their livelihood and their lives into these students each and every day. I have watched these family members cry, like I'm sure many of our educators do, struggle through many, many things to support our students. When I'm considering this particular contract, we know that bonus increases are most effective when tied with opportunities for also growth and recognition of how you perform and how you do. Teachers do deserve growth opportunities. The incentives we provide our educators need to be strategic, not just blanket raises. Providing dollars, if you look at any type of research or organization, you recognize money is not a predictor for employee satisfaction or full-on retention. And the long-term retention we want to see, a one-time bonus, I do not believe will achieve. Teachers and educators and people feel valued when they have career paths and when they feel seen. I'm also considering the federal landscape. We recognize that's been a point of contention throughout this board. We've heard about it time and time again, And the nation is currently having that conversation. And that threat is no longer a threat, but a reality. And we are going to more than likely see the impacts of those cuts much sooner than we will later. I do have to echo my colleagues' express sentiments that our educators, deserve a comprehensive successor agreement. So with all that said, I truly do value our educators. I believe my actions over the years have demonstrated such. I am prepared to speak to any type of questions or concerns, alternative narratives that present themselves, as I know they shall. I'm prepared.
There's not going to be alternative narratives. Don't do that, Camille, because I just stepped out.
I'm
Don't do
sorry,
that.
I am on the mic.
I do not care. You're not going to
Okay,
act
so
like
I would
there's
like
an
to call,
alternative narrative. You
make a
did not
motion to
notify the
recess
board.
the
Say that. You have to own
meeting.
this.
Vice President Malloy? Okay, Commissioner Griffin, all in favor of recessing the meeting? Aye. Okay. Okay, so it was recessed, motioned, and collectively an aye. And, okay, because what we're not going to do is have an arguing match. I want to recess the meeting to allow me to finish my
Oh,
comments.
absolutely, but you don't have
And
to
then
be,
I'm
you
gonna ask
don't
that
have
you
to be
mute the mic.
passive aggressive.
Mute the
Say it
mic,
with your
because you're
chest.
recessed at
Say
this
it with your
time.
chest. We're not in a meeting.
Commissioner
We're not
LeBron,
in a
that is,
meeting. You just
that's out
recessed
of
the
order.
meeting.
Yeah,
Recess
that
the
is
meeting.
out of order. The
We're
person
not
that
in a
has to
meeting to
recognize
be
you
out of
speak.
order, Adrian. She just recessed the meeting, so how are we out of order?
She asked for a
Can you
vote,
mute
she
the-
asked for a vote for a recess to take control
Oh,
of the
so I'm
meeting.
a
That is,
nay.
So can you mute
Did
that?
they vote for it?
Can you mute that?
Did they vote for it?
Okay. Oh, we didn't have the full, okay. No, that's okay, so we didn't make it to recess, because it's, well, no, it's 4. Are you clear?
She says there are any nays, and there's only one nay, then everyone else is a yay.
Charisma? All right. All right, we don't need to take this into a 10-hour recess. I just want to take a moment, because I'm going to finish my comments. And I'm not going to apologize for my
But what you're not
comments.
gonna do is make comments.
I'm going to ask you to. And thank you for your patience. We did take a brief recess. We are back to finish out this meeting, and I will complete my comments. I'll start from here, though I truly value our educators, and I believe my actions over the years have demonstrated such. I was speaking to some personal connections and what I do appreciate most about educators and recognize the role is not easy. I also shared a brief timeline of occurrences for me in which I aligned with. Long story short, my commitment to identifying a path forward is to move forward with a long-term demonstrated commitment through a comprehensive successor agreement that honors the values we speak about surrounding our students and educators. So at this time, I would like to take a formal vote on the matter at hand. We know we've had comments and positions stated, but we are going to take the formal vote as of now. I'll start online with Commissioner Elliott. Commissioner Elliott, are you present? Is Commissioner LeBron online?
I am.
Commissioner LeBron, would you like to extend your formal vote at this time?
Yes, my vote is yes. And to the teachers, let me just say, all this hoopla that was
There's no
mentioned tonight
comments.
will not pay bills
I'm
and will
gonna
not
ask you
support
to-
you. So
Thank
I
you.
just want to put that on record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
You don't have to, Camille, stop, Camille. You don't get to control
Beatrice,
how
thank
I
you.
say things. You don't get to control how I
Are
say
you
things.
done with your
Point blank,
comments?
period.
But you're no
I'm
longer
done
called
now
on.
because I said I'm done, not because you said I'm done.
And now you're done. And now Commissioner Griffin.
I'm done because I said
Yes,
I'm done.
my
Griffin?
vote is no.
Go ahead, Camille. Go ahead, girl.
Okay.
Big old president messing up this damn district.
Okay, thank you. Are you all set? Thank you. Commissioner Patterson?
I already said I was sad.
Nay.
I'm sorry. I don't know if we have the ability to, because it's kind of confusing the conversation. Did you weigh in? Okay, I'm going to go down to Commissioner Santiago.
My vote is a yay.
Thank you. Commissioner Elliott?
You can go to the other people first. I'll think about it. I'm still thinking.
Okay, I've went around the table.
You said you've gone around the table?
I've gone around the table. You said go to other people. I went to about 3 or 4
Yes.
other individuals.
Okay. Yeah, I'm. What's the vote?
The vote is whatever you'd like the vote to be. Your vote. What is your vote?
Yeah, I had to step away for a moment, so I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. Let me think about it for a minute,
Okay.
because I'm not sure.
Thank you. Vice President Malloy?
It's a nay for me.
Okay. Now, were you looking for all of the votes around the table?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Do
Because
you
let me
all-
just say, you know, they have not done good by my children. And so I'm asked to give these increases and these concessions when it's benefited them, but they have not been responsible and accountable to benefit my children. So why should I vote for a contract that they have not benefited our children for? They're good, whether we voted or not, they still are going to get an increase.
Are you prepared to provide your vote at this time, or?
Mm.
No? Okay. So what we gonna do here? Because I'm asking for your vote at this time.
And I'm the only one that's left?
I'm the last one, but you're the only
Yeah, I'm not
commissioner
sure.
left.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
So right now, we have Vice President Malloy, who is a no. We have Commissioner Griffin, who is a no. We have Commissioner Patterson, who is a no. We have Commissioner Santiago, who is a yes. We have Commissioner LeBron, who is a yes. We have President Simmons, who is a no. What is your
Okay.
vote, Commissioner?
Yes.
And Commissioner Elliott will be a yes. So, thank you for that conversation, Commissioner Elliott. With no further discussion on this matter, the noes have it, and that concludes this particular part of the conversation.
So it's 3-4 with Commissioners Elliott, LeBron, and Santiago, yes. She said no.
Okay. We have one last final matter on the table here, and that is the resolution number 2 here for General Counsel. So I'd like to entertain a motion for resolution number 2, which is on the table.
Motion?
Motion by Commissioner Griffin, seconded by Vice President Malloy. This is now open for discussion.
Yes, thank you, President Simmons. I'm going to ask the board to make an amendment. The resolution states that the period would begin August 1st, because we're originally thinking of pushing this out to the end of the month, and then we added this meeting. So I would ask that a resolution just be amended to state that the period would begin July 9th, so I could utilize this as quickly as possible. So that's the request for an amendment.
Okay, so so we would need to go ahead
Just a
and.
motion for an amendment.
Okay, motion to entertain an amendment for resolution 2.
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Griffin. All in favor to entertain, discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, just for clarity, we're retaining them, are these the ones we currently have on retainer, or is this different?
Some are different. So we did a RFP and solicited, open it up for folks to respond from anywhere, from all over the state and so forth. So a couple of these firms we do already use, some of them we do not, which was really the purpose of the RFP, which is to see who's out there who can help us when we need it, and to expand the scope of who provides services to the district.
I guess my question is, because I've asked this question before, and it's just becoming privy to me with this RFP. I kind of got some reservations about this right now. I kind of need some questions answered. I think that this, I know we need outside counsel, but I just, the relationship with the council is important to us in different. I think I need some more questions answered on this before I actually vote on this particular one, to be honest, because there's there's an RFP out here, but the questions that I've been asking about in reference to general counsel have not been answered, and then all of a sudden I get an RFP. This doesn't sit right with me. I need more questions answered before you give me an RFP.
So on the floor right now is just the amendment to where the date says for a period beginning August 1st, as soon after as agreement is fully executed. So just the amendment is just to change that to July 9th.
No
Yep.
questions on the amendment itself. So with no questions on the amendment, all in favor of the amendment for this? It's not in favor of the resolution 2, but on the amendment. All in favor, aye.
Sorry about that, I misunderstood. Thank you.
Okay, and
Aye.
so we are now bringing forward resolution 2 for discussion.
Or do we?
Okay, on the RFP as,
Motion it?
with the amendment. So we can So you did share your expressions
concerns,
around
yeah,
your
absolutely.
concerns?
Yeah.
Were there any other questions or concerns regarding resolution number 2? And just for a point of clarity for myself, General Counsel, my understanding is, again, these are RFPs that went out. This is not boards, external counsel. This is just, we recognize that attorneys have different areas of expertise and practice. And so as different things come before the district, you will need to have a robust pool or team of attorneys to reach out to gain understanding, and folks that have those different expertise to
Right,
work with.
absolutely. We have a small team and we have a lot of work, and we don't necessarily have the expertise in every single area of matters that might come to us, and some of the matters that come to us are very nuanced, and so, yes, this serves, again, both purposes. One, for areas where we do need the help, and sometimes with just bandwidth. We have any number of cases, the Child Victims Act cases, for example, are huge and monumental, and so we do need help, and this was the fairest way that we could think of to make sure that where we're getting that help from was open, transparent, and that any firm that was interested had an opportunity to respond to the RFP.
Thank you for that point of clarity. Is there any further discussion on this particular resolution number 2? With no further discussion on resolution number 2, all in favor of resolution 2?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Record that. The ayes have it. Resolution 2 carries. I believe this concludes our work session. Yeah, so motion to adjourn the work
Moved.
session. Moved by Vice President Malloy,
Seconded by Santiago.
seconded by Commissioner Santiago. All in favor? Aye. Good night.
Aye.
Aye.